Good afternoon and welcome to another version of BreakTraders Happy Hour edition. We are looking to rock and roll this evening for sure. You'll notice we've got some sunshine today for sure. Some sunshine today for sure here. That hopefully will go away pretty shortly. Unfortunately, our curtain kind of collapsed on us there. So we are going to be diving in pretty quickly to this Chronicles in Luminance one box mixer. Chronicles in Luminance one box mixer. And we are going to be auctioning off the Dallas Cowboys. And we will be doing that in just one moment. Just one moment here. We will be right back in 3 minutes. Alrighty, we are back. We've got that issue taken care of. We're just double checking it right here. There you go. We're good. Perfect. Alrighty. So we're about to dive into this Luminance and Chronicles mixer, but as I said, we have to auction off the Dallas Cowboys. We have to auction off the Dallas Cowboys here, and just want to make sure someone can let us know they're on. It doesn't appear, I don't see any messages in the chat yet. Yeah, perfect. What's up, Brett? Good to see you. Alrighty, we are going to auction off the Cowboys and we're going to start the bidding at $5. $5 from Kenneth. What's going on, T-Man? Great to see you. $5 from Kenneth. Do we have 10? Alrighty, we are going to start the bidding. 30 seconds on the clock. 30 seconds on the clock. Lay down, girlie. Lay down. 25 seconds remaining. $15 seconds remaining here. Alrighty. Alrighty, the countdown is complete. Kenneth, you have it for $5 and you know what to do. The link is in the chat. In the meantime, we're going to continue our show keyword giveaways from this past week and yesterday. And the keyword's going to be a new one for us for sure. Going to be a new one for us for sure. John, whenever you're ready.
We are ready.
We are ready. I don't know if you can ever be ready for this one, but the keyword is going to be anus. So the clue words so far have been legal, friends, college, dean, and anus. Animal House is incorrect. Suits incorrect. Ally McBeal incorrect. Bluff City Law incorrect. All right, giveaway guessing has ended. It'll have to go over the next one for sure. The next one, if we don't get it, then it would be shocking to me that none of you would get it from that one. But here we go. This is break 1003, the 2021 Chronicles Draft Picks and Luminance 2-boxer. We've got the 4 packs right here in this Luminance. 4 packs in the Luminance. And then we're going to have 6 packs in Chronicles. Alrighty. Oh, 1 second about that. Sorry about that. We just grabbed the wrong column when we added in the names. Thanks for pointing that out, Brett. I have fixed it. It's all good. Alrighty. We have Rashad Bateman of the Minnesota Vikings, followed up by Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and then another Rashad Bateman of the Vikings. Apparently that's a hot card in this first pack here for sure. We have a filler right there, followed by Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, and that's going to Kenneth. Another Rashad Bateman of the Ravens going to Dan. And then we have a Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Brett Diddley, Brett. Followed up by Mr. Kyle Pitts, the select, and it appears to be a field level. Nope, it doesn't that. The select Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Kenneth. And then our auto is going to be Mr. Jarrett Patterson from the University of Buffalo, and now a member of the Washington football team, and that is going to be going to Dan. Alrighty, one more pack of Luminance here till we get one more pack of Chronicles here, and then we'll be in 4 of each, and we'll be able to bounce back and forth. Ooh. Well, I guess we've all seen that one. It is going to be out of 99. It is the rookie patch auto, and that is Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns, and that is going to Dan. Didn't mean to have that be the first card shown, but hey, when Saute makes a mistake, it benefits everyone. They get to those goodies earlier. Then we have Justin Fields from Ohio State University of the Chicago Bears going to Brett Diddley, Brett. A Tylan Wallace Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens going to Dan. Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos, and that is going to be going to Dan as well, followed by Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Dan. And then it looks like we have a purple Kyle Trask, and that is out of 49 right there. A nice out of 49 Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay going to Kenneth. Followed up by Tylan Wallace of the Ravens going to Dan, and Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions headed to Julia. Alrighty, and here we go. We can get in. Thank you, John. We got Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, followed by Travis Kelce of the Chiefs, Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, Kirk Cousins of the Minnesota Vikings, and Calvin Ridley out of 99 of the Atlanta Falcons, and that's going to be going to Dan. Next up, we have a Flash, the Flash Emmitt Smith of the Dallas Cowboys going to Kenneth. Good evening, Haley. Then we have Najee Harris of the Steelers. Followed by Dwami Brown of the Washington Football Team, and Amon-Ra St. Louis of the Detroit Lions. Or Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions. There we go, right off the bat. Oops, almost forgot the auto. And it is Kadarius Toney out of 325. Mr. Kadarius Toney of the Giants. Kadarius Toney of the Giants. Roxy, come here. Sorry, we've got BreakTraders Roxanne in here, and she is a little excited, even though she had her anti-excitement pills this afternoon. We have Justin Fields of the Bears going to Brett Diddley, Brett, followed by Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Jake. Another Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Brett. And then we have Travis Etienne out of 149 of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Brett. Followed up by that, we have Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Kenneth. And then we have Elijah Moore of the New York Jets going to Brett. Followed up by Najee Harris, the Flux edition of the Steelers, and that's going to Jake. And then we have Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, and that is heading to Cynthia. Brett is here tonight. Not sure how long he's planning on hanging out, but we are excited. We have Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns right off the bat right there, followed up by Deontay Johnson of the Steelers, Devontae Adams of the Packers, Devin White of the Bucks, a green Rakeem Boyd of the Detroit Lions right there, and that is going to be out of 75, a lights out Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Antonius. Then we have Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals, followed by Davion Nixon of the Carolina Panthers going to Cynthia. That Chris Evans of the Bengals going to Kenneth. Davion Nixon of the Panthers going to Cynthia, and Jarrett Patterson of the Washington Football Team going to Dan. And then our auto in this pack is going to be a Trevon Moehrig of the Las Vegas Raiders, and that's 134 out of 349. And that is going to be heading to Dan. All right, this is the fourth pack of Chronicles that we have opened so far this evening. We have Trey Lance from North Dakota State. Trey Lance, the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, going to Brett Diddley, Brett, followed by Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants, going to Antonius. Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles, going to Cynthia. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions, and that is going to be heading to Julia, followed by Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers, going to Cynthia. We have a Mr. Kyle Trask Flux Edition headed to the Kenneth with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then we have the blue rated rookie out of 99. We'll give that the boom booms right there for sure. Out of 99, it is Mr. Zach Wilson with that blue rated rookie. And then we have a rookie patch, and that's Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns. We have Kelvin Ridley of the Falcons, Xavier Howard of the Dolphins, Tyler Boyd of the Bengals, Miles Sanders of the Eagles, Devontae Adams out of 99 of the Green Bay Packers, and that is heading to Brandon, followed up by a House Calls, Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills going to Antonius. Then we have Jabril Cox of the Dallas Cowboys. Jabril Cox of the Dallas Cowboys going to Kenneth, followed by Penei Sewell of the Detroit Lions heading to Julia, and Jay Tuffle of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Brett Diddley, Brett. And our auto was points in this one, 150 points to be exact, so we will randomize that right at the end, which is near. After this pack, we'll have one pack of Luminance and one pack of Chronicles remaining. We have Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Dan, followed by Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that's going to Brett Diddley, Brett. And then we have Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, also headed to Brett. Next up, we have a filler, and then it's Najee Harris of the Steelers, and that is going to be going to Jake. Followed by Tamarian Terry of the Seattle Seahawks going to Dan. Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars, the select version, going to Brett. And then Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens going to Dan as well. And then our auto, it's going to be an on-carder, and it is an in-flight Zach Wilson. Woo! Wowza! Brett Diddley, Brett. We are magging that bad boy right there. 13 out of 40. 13 out of 40 for Brett Diddley, Brett. Alrighty. Sheesh is right. We have Kenny Galladay of the Giants, followed by Darren Waller of the Raiders, Khalil Mack of the Bears, Saquon Barkley of the Giants, another Khalil Mack, this one out of 299 of the Bears going to Brett Diddley, Brett, followed up by a Devin White, lights out of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going to Kenneth. Then we have Mr. Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, Marquez Stevenson of the Buffalo Bills, and that is going to be heading to Antonius. And then TJ Vasher of the Dallas Cowboys going to Kenneth. And then our auto in that one is going to be a Kadarius Toney, 14 out of 25. 14 out of 25, Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants going to Antonius. And here we go, a Chronicles. We have the Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears to Brett Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, heading over to Brett as well. Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos, and that is going to be going to Dan, followed by his teammate Patrick Surtain II of the Broncos going to Dan as well. Then we have Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers, head to Jake. Javonte Williams, again, the silver edition of the Broncos going to Dan. And then a silver Spectra, Trey Lance of the 49ers going to Brett. And then we've got one more hit. And it looks like Brett's name's going to be all over this one too. And it is a substantial swatch. Trevor Lawrence. Woo! Trevor Lawrence, the #1 pick in the NFL draft, and the #1 pick in Brett's heart. Granted, I think that Zach Wilson is more valuable than that substantial swatch. Alrighty, we are going to have a randomization right off the bat here. Oop, bounced out. Doesn't count. 8. We have 8 randomizations on this one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And it is going to be going to Kenneth. There we go. Alrighty, let's run down these featured rookies. We have Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, Najee Harris of the Steelers, Patrick Surtain of the Broncos, Trey Lance again, Justin Fields of the Bears, Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, Travis Etienne again, Najee Harris of the Steelers, Trey Lance, followed by Penei Sewell, the first-round pick of the Detroit Lions, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Trey Lance again, does 24 out of 75, Raheem Boyd of the Detroit Lions, Najee Harris, Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Travis Etienne out of 149, Justin Fields of Chicago, Najee Harris of the Steelers, Justin Fields of Chicago, Najee Harris, Justin Fields, and Kyle Pitts. I almost said Najee Harris again. Kyle Pitts of the Falcons right there, followed up by Jamar Chase and Trey Lance. This Brett is on fire. Alrighty. That was rough. I apologize about that. Alrighty, first our two numbers that just numbers. We have the Kyle Trask out of 49 and the Zach Wilson out of 99 right there. Zach Wilson of the Jets going to Brett and Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay going to Kenneth. And then we've got some autos. We've got Jarrett Patterson, and then we have two high-numbered ones. We have Kadarius Toney out of 325 and Trevon Moehrig out of 349. Trevon Moehrig of the Raiders going to Dan. Jarrett Peterson of the the Washington football team to Dan. And Kadarius Toney of the Giants going to Antonius. Then we have our lowest numbered auto, and that is Kadarius Toney, 14 out of 25 of the New York Giants, going to Antonius. Following that up, we have two patches. We have the out of 99 and the unnumbered patch, both Demetric Felton, one a rookie patch auto, one the regular patch, both of them of the Cleveland Browns, going to Dan. And then we're going to start firing up these QBs. First, we have the Trevor Lawrence substantial rookie swatch. And then we have the out of 40, the on-card auto of Mr. Zach Wilson. Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson both joining Brett at camp. And there we have it, folks. What a break that was. That Chronicles box was outrageous. The Luminance box still had some great hits, but overall, those two combined, holy smokes. And that is the end of break 1003. And we are going to be right back from BreakTraders Park. Alrighty, we've got a little Diamond Kings break right here, and we have some teams to auction off. We're gonna do them in packs of four because we do know it is Diamond Kings and therefore not a wildly expensive product. So we are gonna do the first pack of four is gonna be the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Cincinnati Reds, the Colorado Rockies, and the Houston Astros, and we're going to start the bidding at $5. $5 from Harry. $5 from Harry. Do we have 10? Do we have 10 for this Diamondbacks, Reds, Rockies, and Astros combo? Alrighty, we are going to start the countdown. Harry's got it right now. Braden has it with 10. Roxy's wilding out tonight. I even gave her calm down medicine and it didn't work. Braden, we do not. It needs to be via PayPal. And the PayPal link is in the chat. We did pull a Tatis auto earlier. Braden, are you able to make that payment via PayPal? If not, we will have to give it to Harry with the second chance offer of $5. Braden, can you let me know? Alrighty. Harry, you know what to do. You can send $5 in the chat for that 5-team break. Alrighty, our next little 5-teamer or 4-teamer is going to be the Angels, Brewers, Athletics, and Giants. Yep, yes, so Harry, we are doing these more teams, so feel free to wait until afterwards in case you win them. Harry has it for 5. Do we have $10? Sorry about that, Braden. We are working to get a Venmo set up for sure, so hopefully we can have that done by next week. Harry's got it for $5. We will start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Alrighty, Harry's got it. Harry, you know what to do. $10 total in the chat. And while we wait, we are going to do type anus in the chat. Type anus in the chat to be entered to win. Nope, that is the end of the teams that we have for auction on this one. John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Joe Garrity.
Joe Garrity with the Donruss Optic right here. The Donruss Optic, 4 cards per pack. We have Alvin Kamara of the Saints, Nick Chubb of the Browns, Cam Akers with the purple shock rated rookie of the Rams, and then Jedrick Wills of the Browns, all going to Joey G. Oh, maybe it doesn't let everyone else see it because it's considered a bad word. Interesting.
Oh.
I didn't think about that when I chose that as the keyword. But yeah, now that I'm looking at YouTube, all the anuses are. Oh, you have to have live chat on, Brandon. That might be the issue. You might not have the live chat on. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 1004, the 2021 Diamond Kings one box pick your team. And also, folks, those giveaways are going to get a lot hotter tonight. After we're done with the eBay, we are going to, our giveaways are going to turn into graded cards in honor of our show here this evening. Some graded card giveaways. Some may be worth a lot, some may be worth a little, but we are gonna be rocking and rolling with some graded cards after this, which means we're gonna need more breaks to fill. Right now, we only have break 1,000 scheduled. So hey, maybe look into some of our Prism breaks right now. We're running a special 30% off on the Prism breaks 559, 889, 891, and 907. All right, we got George Sisler of the Cardinals, Roberto Clemente of Pittsburgh, Andy Young RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Harry, Chris Bryant of the Cubs, Jahmai Jones of the Baltimore Orioles going to Mark. Then we have the Elegance Manny Machado of the San Diego Padres going to Brandon, followed up by Andres Jimenez, the Diamond Kings debut edition. And then we have Mel Ah of the New York Yankees. We have Yu Darvish of the San Diego Padres, and that is heading to Brandon, followed by Vlad Guerrero of the Expos, now the Washington Nationals. And let me just quickly make a note there. Or actually, John, would you mind tossing that in the Discord sorting? Vlad Guerrero, Montreal is the Nationals. The Pete Alonso of the Yankees. Pete Alonso of the Mets, got confused by the pinstripes there, going to T-Man. And then Christian Javier of the Houston Astros going to Harry. And then we're going to have a little Plum RC, the Plum Portrait RC of Dalton Jeffries of the Oakland Athletics, and that's going to Harry. Followed up by a Legacy Lithographs, Ricky Henderson of the Oakland Athletics. Followed up by Ryan Mountcastle of the Diamond Kings debut of the Baltimore Orioles, headed to Mark. And then Debbie Garcia of the Yankees going to Dan. We have Braxton Garrett of the Miami Marlins going to Braden, followed by Babe Ruth of the Yankees. Then we have Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Dan, followed by Rogers Hornsby of the St. Louis Cardinals, Jose Ramirez of Cleveland, Carl Hubbard aficionado of the New York I believe this is the New York Yankees. We'll have to double check him. Make sure. Can you drop that in the sorting notes to double check Carl Hubbard of New York? Trevor Rogers of the Marlins, and then a Diamond Kings debut, Sam Huff of the Texas Rangers going to Mark. We have Mr. Bobby Dalbec of the Boston Red Sox going to Dan, followed up by Cody Bellinger of Los Angeles, the Dodgers. Then we have Jackie Robinson of the Brooklyn Dodgers, which are now the Los Angeles Dodgers. John, if you can make a note of that. Jackie Robinson, Brooklyn to Los Angeles. Followed by Brandon Lowe of the Tampa Bay Rays. And now we are coming to our auto, but first we have the Gallery of Stars, Fernando Tatis Jr. of the San Diego Padres headed to Brandon, followed by Trevor Bauer of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Trevor Bauer of the Dodgers going to Lucas. Don't know why I sleeved that. And Shohei Ohtani of the Los Angeles Angels, and that is going to be going to Harry. And then our auto, it is going to be a Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants, the little double patcher right there, and that's going to Harry. We have Pavin Smith of the Arizona Diamondbacks headed to Harry, followed by Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals, Keibert Ruiz of the Los Angeles Dodgers, and that is going to Lucas, Joe Sewell of Cleveland, and Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants. Followed up by an artist palette, Joey Gallo of the Texas Rangers, and that's going to be going to Mark right there. And then we have a Mookie Betts of the Dodgers and a Diamond Kings debut, Jake Cronenworth of the San Diego Padres. Mickey Cochran of the Phillies, followed by Luis Robert of the White Sox, Keegan Aitken, RC of the Baltimore Orioles, headed to Mark, followed by Spencer Howard, RC of the Phillies, going to Dan. Then we've got a artist proof, Jared Olivia out of 49. Jared Olivia out of 49 of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to Brandon, followed by a Cal Ripken Jr. of the Orioles, the club, headed to Mark, and then a Sam Huff RC of the Rangers, and a Luis Campusano RC of the San Diego Padres. That Rangers RC going to Mark, and the Padres going to Brandon. Joe Cronin of the Red Sox, followed by Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays RC, and that is going to be headed to Luke, followed by Lou Gehrig of the Yankees and Bo Bichette of Toronto, and then we're going to have a little gray portrait RC of Andy Young of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that's going to Harry as well. Following that up, we have a legacy lithographs of Joe Wood of the Boston Red Sox right there. Carl Hubble again, possibly the Yankees. We'll double check that with sorting. And then we have Joe Adell of the Los Angeles Angels. And if it's an older card like that, where you can't really tell the jersey, our John here will Google it before we sort to make sure that it goes to the right team. That's why you hear me asking him to put things in the sorting notes and things of that nature. We have Manny Machado of the Padres, followed by Mickey Moniak of the Phillies, Christy Mathewson of New York, and that definitely appears to be Matt, but we will have John double check Christy Mathewson as well. Then we have Lucas Giolito of the White Sox and Tony Gwynn of the Padres. We have an artist proofs Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals. Juan Soto of the Nationals. Joe Adell RC of the Los Angeles Angels going to Harry, and then Tristan McKenzie of the Cleveland baseball team going to Dan. We have Juan Soto of the Nationals, Edward Olivares of the Kansas City Royals, followed by Harvey Kuhn of the Detroit Tigers. Then we have Jorge Mateo of the San Diego Padres, and that's going to Brandon, followed by Honus Wagner of the Pittsburgh Pirates, going to Brandon as well, and that's a gallery of stars. Then it's Tanner Houck of the Red Sox, going to Dan, and Tristan McKenzie of Cleveland, going to Dan as well. And then we're going to be faced with another one. Woo, baby! Sixto Sanchez, the 1, 2, 3, 4 color double patch out of 50 of the Miami Marlins, and that is going to Braden. What a nice hit right there for sure. That is pretty. We've got Joe Jackson of the White Sox. Thanks, Gunner. Followed by Casey Mize of Detroit. Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers. Followed by Hyesung Kim of the Padres, going to Brandon. Adonis Medina of the Phillies. Adonis Medina of the Phillies going to Dan. Then we have Curl Erskine of the Brooklyn Dodgers, now the Los Angeles Dodgers, and that's going to be going to Lucas. Followed by Joe Jackson, the art of hitting of the Chicago White Sox, going to Dan. Nelson, we had not received your payment for the Angels prior to the break being done. Dalton Varsho of Arizona, going to Harry. And then Bob Gibson of the Cardinals. And we've got 2 packs left. We have Shane McCallahan of Tampa Bay. Also, I want to let everyone know that Christy Mathewson that we pulled was actually a New York Giants. So that goes to the San Francisco Giants, so that'll be going to Harry. Shane McCallahan of the Tampa Bay Rays. Yes, we did sell the spot to someone else, so we will make sure to issue you a refund right there. Can you ask Dan to handle that? Ty Cobb of the Detroit Tigers, followed by Miguel Cabrera of the Tigers, Braylon Marquez of the Chicago Cubs, and Kohei Arihara of the Texas Rangers. That's going to Mark. We have the filler right there. We have Mr. Mel Ah of the Yankees. Mel Ah of the Yankees going to Dan. No worries. We'll get that refunded to you. Sandy Koufax of the Los Angeles Dodgers, and then Piri Reese of the Brooklyn Dodgers, now the Los Angeles Dodgers. And we're on to the first or last pack. Alex Kirilloff of the Twins. Alex Kirilloff of the Twins going to Dan, followed by Aaron Judge of the Yankees, Ian Anderson of the Braves. Then we have Joey Votto of Cincinnati. And then our gray portraits is going to be another RC. This is of the Braves, and it is Mr. Ian Anderson. Followed by Mike Schmidt of the Phillies, a legacy lithographs. Then we have Kybert Ruiz, the Diamond Kings debut Kybert Ruiz, and a Dalton Jeffries of the Oakland Athletics RC. I'm not sure yet what we're snaking at him, but the survey is in the chat. We've got Dalton Jeffries of the Athletics going to Harry, Kybert Ruiz of the Dodgers, Ian Anderson of the Braves, Alex Kirilloff of the Twins, Kohai of the Rangers, Braylon Marquez of the Cubs, Shane McCallahan of Tampa Bay, Dalton Varsho of Arizona, Adonis Medina of Philadelphia, Hyesung Kim of San Diego, Casey Mize of Detroit, Tristan McKenzie of Cleveland, Tanner Hook of Boston, Jorge Mateo of the Padres, Edward Olivares of Kansas City, Tristan McKenzie of Cleveland, Joe Adell of the Angels, Mickey Moniak of the Phillies, another Joe Adell of the Los Angeles Angels, Luis Patino of Tampa Bay, Luis Campusano of San Diego, Sam Huff of Texas, Spencer Howard of the Phillies, Keegan Aitken of Baltimore, Jake Cronenworth of San Diego, Joey Bart of San Francisco, Kyber Ruiz of the Dodgers, Pavin Smith of Arizona, Bobby Dalbec of Boston, Sam Huff of Texas, Trevor Rogers of Miami, Dylan Carlson of St. Louis, Braxton Garrett of Miami, Debbie Garcia of the Yankees, the Diamond Kings debut, Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles, Christian Javier of Houston, Andres Jimenez of Cleveland, Jahmai Jones of the Orioles, and Andy Young of the Diamondbacks. Alrighty, on to our featured cards. First, some of my favorite cards. We have the artist proofs, and we're going to give them the boom, because it looks so nice with the boom booms. We have Joey Gallo of the Rangers going to Mark, and Juan Soto of the Nationals going to Lucas. Next up, out of 49, we have the artist proof Jared Olivia of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to Brandon. And then we have some portraits. First, our two gray portraits. We have Andy Young and Ian Anderson, followed by our plum portrait, Dalton Jeffries. Andy Young of the Diamondbacks going to Harry, Ian Anderson of the Braves going to Will, and Dalton Jeffries of the Athletics going to Harry. And then our two patches. First, we have the Joey Bart rookie patch auto of the Giants, and then we have the Sixto Sanchez out of 50 rookie patches of the Marlins. Sixto Sanchez of the Marlins going to Braden, and Joey Bart of the Giants going to Harry. Alrighty, folks, there we have it. That's the end of break 1004, and we will be right back from the hardwood with some basketball. Alrighty, we are full on this one, which is always nice. Full on this one, which is always nice. We'll do another giveaway keyword right after this. This is going to be break 1005, the 2020-21 Revolution one box pick your team. Harry, have a great dinner. The giveaway did roll from yesterday. No one got it with the last clue, which was anus. So we'll see what happens next. We have Lonzo Ball of the Pelicans, followed by Markelle Fultz of the Magic, Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, a Goran Dragic, and that's going to be a Groove, Goran Dragic Groove edition of the Miami Heat, and that's going to be going to Cynthia, followed by a Zeke Naji RC of the Denver Nuggets going to Henry. We have Kevin Love of the Cavaliers, John Wall of the Rockets, Terry Rozier of the Hornets, and then we're going to have the Steph Curry, and that's an Astro edition. The Steph Curry Astro of the Golden State Warriors going to Henry. Followed up by a Supernova, Nikola Jokic. Supernova Jokic right there. we've got Steven Adams of the Pelicans, followed by Karis Levert of the Nets, Eric Gordon of the Rockets. Woo-wee! We got a James Weissman RC, and we know that's an Astro right there of the Golden State Warriors, going to Henry. Nice hit right there for sure. Followed up by the Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards, going to Mr. CEO. We have Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, Jonas Valanciunas of the Grizzlies, DeAndre Ayton of the Phoenix Suns, and then we have a Brandon Clark Astro of the Timberwolves going to Jesse, and a Vortex Kawhi Leonard of the Los Angeles Clippers going to Mike. Henry having himself a day. Tyler Hero of the Miami Heat, Jimmy Butler of the Heat, Kay Thompson of the Warriors, a Revolution, another, this one Elijah Hughes of the Jazz, and that's a Cosmic 2 out of 100. Woo-wee! And that is going to Mr. CEO. And then we're going to follow that up by another James Weissman RC, this one a base. The James Weissman RC of Golden State going to Henry. Alrighty, 3 packs left in this one. Al Horford of the Thunder, John Morant of the Grizzlies, Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves, Onyeka Okongwu, that is a Groove Onyeka Okongwu RC, and that is of the Atlanta Hawks going to Henry. Followed up by a Vortex Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks going to Wyatt. Derrick Rose of the Pistons, Mike Conley of the Jazz, Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves, a rookie Revolution, Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks going to Wyatt. Tyler Bay of the Mavericks as well going to Wyatt. I apologize about that. Hit the wrong button. So the last 2 pulled were the Rookie Revolution, Josh Green of the Mavericks right there, followed by Tyler Bay RC. Then we have LeBron James, followed by Michael Porter Jr., Norman Powell of the Rockets, another Utah Jazz, and that one is going to be a Groove of the Jazz, Donovan Mitchell. And then Houston, we have Liftoff, and that is a Giannis Liftoff right there. And that is going to be going to Christian. That reminds me, I've got to make sure to put a bet in tonight. Alrighty, here we go, our rundown. Our 4 inserts, we have the Giannis Liftoff right there, followed by the Vortex Luka Doncic, the Vortex Kawhi Leonard, and the Supernova Nikola Jokic. Giannis of the Bucks going to Christian, Kawhi of the Clippers to Mike, Luka of the Mavs going to Wyatt, and Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets going to Henry. Next up, we have some of our parallels, but there was a bunch that were rookies. We have the Donovan Mitchell Groove, followed by the Goran Dragic Groove, the Steph Curry Astro, and the Brandon Clark Astro. Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies going to be going to Tim. Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors to Henry. Goran Dragic of the Heat going to Cynthia. And Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz to Mr. CEO. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have the Rookie Revolution, Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks. Next up, we have two groove. We have a groove and Echo Okongwu, an Astro, James Weissman, and then the Cosmic, and that's 2 out of 100 right there, Elijah Hughes. So Josh Green of the Mavericks going to Wyatt, Aneka Okongwu of the Hawks to Henry, James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors to Henry, and Elijah Hughes of the Jazz to Mr. CEO. And now our rookie rundown. Tyler Bay of the Mavs, James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors, Denny Avdija of the Wizards, and Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 1005. And we will be back in 5 minutes. Back in 5 minutes before we get started with break 1006. It's scheduled to go at 7:10. Alrighty, folks, we are back and we are getting ready to rock here with break 1006. This Mosaic, Donruss Optic, and Prism 6-box mixer will have 1 box of each. We've got one team to auction off here. One team to auction off. It's the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jacksonville Jaguars. Too bad it's not this year, or that would be going through the roof. But there's still some great rookies you can get in there whose value is only going to increase by the addition of Mr. Trevor Lawrence. So here we go. Starting the bidding at $5. It is the Jacksonville Jaguars. Dave with $10. Dave with $10. Nice, Adam. Thrilled to hear that. That is fast. What? No way. Oh, you got it today? That's 2 days. That's incredible. $10 with Dave. $10 with Dave. Do we have 15? All right, we're going to start the bidding. Starting the bidding, 30 seconds on the clock. Alrighty, there we go. The countdown is complete, and it looks like Dave's got it. Dave, there's a link in the chat to make the payment. Link in the chat to make that payment through PayPal. You can either click the link or send a payment to PayPal at BreakTraders.com. In the meantime, I think it's time for our final keyword for this TV show. If no one gets it, I guess I'll have to think of another keyword. That won't be that hard, but I'll make sure to think of one. John, are you ready? John is ready to go. I'm ready to go. I hope y'all are ready to go. Paintball. The keyword is paintball. Adam has it.
That was quick.
He knew it. He knew it going in. And as you can see, Adam just a second before Cynthia. Not even a second, literally a nanosecond before Cynthia right there. Adam will get the thing, but still type paintball in the chat as we will run that giveaway right after this. We've got a Court Kings International 2020-21 blaster pack right here. It's going to be Mr. Kevin Durant of the Nets, followed by CJ McCollum of the Blazers, Damian Lillard of the Blazers, Steph Curry dressed to impress, and then a Jameis Ramsey RC of the Sacramento Kings. Alrighty. We're just waiting for confirmation of payment right there. 1 second. We'll double check. Dave, can you let us know when you have made the payment? I don't see it yet. Perfect. John will confirm, but I will get these teams loaded under the idea that you have paid. Sometimes PayPal just takes a second. We're good to go. Alrighty. Here we go. What we did last time, because there's so many boxes, is we opened 3 and then opened another 3. Here it is. This is break 1006, the 2020 Mosaic Donruss Optic and Panini Prism 1-box mixer, or 6-box mixer. There's our optics out of that first box. Now our prisms out of this box. And then Mosaic out of that box. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8 Mosaic. 2, 4, 6 Prism, and 2, 4, 6 Donruss. So when we have some uneven numbers, what we do is we'll open 2 of the Mosaic and then we'll start rocking through all of them. We have Mr. Steve Young of the 49ers, Luke Kuechly of the Panthers, Peyton Manning of the Colts, and Jimmy Garoppolo of the San Francisco 49ers. Robbie G of the Buccaneers, Mike Evans of the Bucks, LaMichael Perrine RC of the Jets, and Touchdown Matters, Tommy Brady of the Buccaneers. All right. Now we'll be able to rock and roll through them. Aaron Donald of the Rams, Tyler Boyd of the Bengals, Tyrann Mathieu of the Colts, and a little Zach Moss RC right there. The Zach Moss RC right off the bat. Jonathan Ogden of the Ravens, McCole Hardman of the Chiefs, Ian Thompson of the Panthers, and then the orange Eno Benjamin RC of the Arizona Cardinals going to Kevin. And with these blaster mixers, we run down our featured rookies, which tend to be rooks in the first round of the draft. Devontae Parker of the Dolphins, Devin Bush of the Steelers, the Purple Shock, Anthony McFarland, rated rookie of the Pittsburgh Steelers, going to Dan, followed by Jalen Reagor of the Eagles. And that is going to be going to Jason. It sure is a busy summer, Haley. I feel you on that. It's like every spare moment I've got something booked because we can finally see friends and family again. George Kittle of the 49ers, Adrian Peterson of the Vikings, the Hall of Fame John Elway, in the got game Drew Lock. I can answer that question. He does not got game. Stephon Diggs of the Bills, Bryce Love of the Washington Football Team, the Logan Wilson RC, followed by the orange Michael Strahan of the Giants right there. We We have Za'Darius Smith of Green Bay, Dwayne Haskins of the Washington football team, the silver Josiah DeGuara of the Green Bay Packers heading to Cynthia, and Cesar Ruiz of the Saints going to Cynthia as well. We have Warren Sapp of the Buccaneers, Emmitt Smith of the Cowboys, Mark Andrews of the Ravens, and a Hall of Fame Michael Irvin of the Dallas Cowboys to right there. We've got David Njoku of the Browns, Keelan Doss of the Raiders, Chris Carson of the Seahawks, and Adrian Amos of the Green Bay Packers. I can drop the invite link 1 second here. Sorry, folks, one moment. Alrighty, there we go. And now we're on to our fourth pack of Donruss Optic. We got Mike Williams of the Chargers, DK Metcalf silver, the Purple Shock AJ Epineza of the Buffalo Bills, and a Jeff Gladney RC of the Minnesota Vikings. Cameron Jordan of the Saints, Marcus Mariota of the Raiders, Brian Edwards of RC of the Raiders, and a silver Mr. Jared Goff of the Los Angeles Rams going to Cynthia. Cam Newton of the Patriots, Eddie Jackson of the Bears, Jeremy Chin RC of the Carolina Panthers, followed by the Orange Patrick Queen RC, the Orange Patrick Queen RC of the Ravens. Michael Thomas of the Saints, Josh Allen of the Bills, the retro John Elway, and then a Colin Johnson rated rookie of the Jags going to Dave. Zach Ertz of the Eagles, Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers, and Luke Kuechly of the Panthers to wrap up that mosaic pack right there. Now we have Earl Thomas III of the Ravens, Blake Jarwin of the Cowboys, a silver Tyrann Mathieu of the Chiefs, and a hype Nick Chubb of the Browns. Odell Beckham Jr. of the Browns. Hoo-wee! We have a phenom, Jerry Jeudy. Right there, the phenom, Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos going to Kevin. The little rookie phenom patch right there. Then we have the CeeDee Lamb Purple Shock of the Dallas Cowboys going to Josh. And Harrison Bryant of the Cleveland Browns going to Dan. 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. Roxanne's under the green screen, and I got to move her. All right. Sorry about that, folks. I didn't want to Didn't want Roxanne to be pulling the green screen down on us mid-show here. Marshall Falk of the Rams, Jerry Rice of the 49ers, Michael Thomas of the Saints, and a touchdown Masters, Brett Favre of the Packers. Speaking of Brett Dudley, Brett had a great night in the earlier Luminance and Chronicles draft pick mixer. Yannick Ngakoue of the Jags, Brian Dawkins of the Eagles. Woo-wee! We have a Justin Herbert of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Kevin right there. Followed by Xavier Howard of the Miami Dolphins. These blasters have really been killing it lately. We have TJ Watt of the Steelers, JJ Watt of the Texans, the Isaiah Simmons silver rated rookie of the Arizona Cardinals going to Kevin, and Andrew Thomas of the New York Giants going to Dan. Hey, can you lay down for me? On your bed. All right, we got to open up some more boxes right here. One more box of each. All right, and you know what we do here. Two packs of Mosaic, and then we start the rotation. Jason Taylor of the Dolphins, Will Fuller of the Texans, Joe Mixon of the Bengals, and Melvin Gordon of the Broncos. Followed by Tyler Lockett of the Seahawks, Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots, the NFL debut Jonathan Taylor of the Colts going to Double D, and the touchdown Masters going to Haley. That's Mr. Randy Moss. We have Matt Ryan of the Falcons, Cam Newton of the Patriots, the Purple Shock KJ Osborne of the Minnesota Vikings, and Michael Pittman Jr. of the Colts, that Minnesota Viking to Haley, and that Colt going to Double D. We have Devin Singletary of the Buffalo Bills, Adrian Peterson of the Washington Football Team, Preston Smith of the Packers, and the Orange Colin Johnson of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Dave. Dwayne Haskins of the Washington Football Team, Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs, Troy Aikman of the Dallas Cowboys, and Barry Sanders of the Detroit Lions. We have Joe Mixon of the Bengals, Jason Kelsey of the Eagles. We have the silver Kenneth Murray of the Chargers, and that's going to be headed to Kevin, followed by Jordan Brooks of the Seahawks. And that is heading to Jason. Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, Derrick Henry of the Titans. Woo-wee! The Purple Shock Chase Young going to Haley. Followed by Nate Stanley of the Vikings going to Haley as well. Austin Hooper of the Browns, Max Crosby of the Raiders, the Jake Luton RC of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Dave, and then Montez Sweat, the Orange of the Washington Football Team, and that is headed to Haley. the Rock Lobster. We have Joe Namath of the New York Jets, LaDainian Tomlinson of the Chargers, Jake Fromm RC of the Buffalo Bills, the Got Game Josh Allen, and I can answer that. He does got game. He is MVP this year. I will pound the table. Josh Allen going to be an MVP here. Oh, looks like I got ahead of myself with the Donruss Optic. Must have opened 2 of those. Diamond Kings, that'll be up here in about 15 minutes. Paris Campbell of the Colts, Kyle Fuller of the Bears, DJ Moore of the Panthers, and Cameron Jordan of the New Orleans Saints. Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers, Ed Reed of the Ravens, Herman Moore of the Lions, whoo! Joey Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals, and that is going to Jason right there. We have not had bad luck at all with these Prism breaks lately. Adam, I don't know much about blasters. I know you do, so if you can let me know if any of those in our featured cards are worth magging, I'm happy to do so. I don't know much about blaster packs. Max Crosby of the Raiders, Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, the Jalen Reagor, the Rookies edition of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Jason, and it's Gaby Baby Davis of the Buffalo Bills going to Mr. CEO. Mark Andrews of the Ravens, Justin Simmons of the Broncos, the Gaby Baby Davis right there, and then the orange Zach Moss of the Buffalo Bills as well, and that's going to Mr. CEO. Zach Thomas of the Dolphins, Daniel Jones of the Giants, Jerome Bettis of the Steelers, and David Montgomery of the Bears. 2 packs left in each one of these boxes, blaster boxes. Cortland Sutton of the Broncos, Bobby Wagner of the Seahawks, the Purple Shock, Ashton Davis of the Jets going to Camille, and KJ Osborne of the Vikings headed over to Haley. Miles Jack of the Jaguars, Brandon Graham of the Eagles, a silver Quez Watkins of the Philadelphia Eagles, followed by a brilliance Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints. Darren Waller of the Raiders, DJ Moore of the Panthers. Whew! Oh, rookie scripts. Unfortunately, it's Lynn Bowden Jr. of the Raiders going to Dan. And by unfortunately there, I just mean that's not really an outstanding rook. And then a Lamar Jackson of the Ravens going to Dan as well. Happy Dan is getting an auto. Disappointed in the Raider auto that it is. Josh Allen of the Jags, DeAndre Hopkins of the Eagles, a silver of the Cardinals, a silver Van Jefferson of the Rams, followed by Ashton Davis RC of the Jets, and that's going to Camille. That Van Jefferson of the Rams headed to Cynthia. Baker Mayfield of the Browns, Derek Carr of the Raiders, the Josh Uche of the Patriots, and then Mr. Jamison Crowder of the New York Jets. We're on to our last pack in this break. We have TJ Watt of the Steelers, Mike Gesicki of the Dolphins, Anthony McFarland of the Steelers, and then a will to win Brett Favre will the win Brett Favre of the Packers. All right, let's run down these featured rookies. We have the Rookies Edition, Jalen Reagor of the Eagles going to Jason. Jonathan Taylor, NFL debut of the Colts to Dan. The Purple Shock, CeeDee Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Josh. The Purple Shock, AJ Epineza of the Bills to Mr. CEO. And then the Jalen Reagor rated rookie of the Eagles. Alrighty. On to our featured cards. First, the Purple Shock, Chase Young of the Washington football team. Then we have a Joey Burrow, the mosaic right there of the Bengals, and Justin Herbert Prism of the Chargers. Justin Herbert of the Chargers is going to be heading to Kevin. Chase Young of the Washington football team to Haley, and Joey Burrow of the Bengals to Jason. Then we have a rookie scripts, Lynn Bowden Jr. of the Raiders. The Lynn Bowden Jr. of the Raiders is going to be going to Dan. And then here we go. It is the rookie phenoms Jerry Jeudy patch of the Denver Broncos, and that is going to Kevin right there. And there we have it. That's the end of break 1006. Not a bad break at all. When you think about that, we pulled an auto, we pulled a patch, we pulled a Burrow, we pulled a Herbert, we pulled a Purple Shock CeeDee Lamb, and a Purple Shock Chase Young. So a solid break 1006 right there. And we'll be right back from BT Park. We are back and we're ready to run this. We have to give away the paintball, which of course I threw out the paper, so we'll have another one. So in a second, we'll ask you to put paintball in the chat. But first, I wanted to give you a little bit of look at BreakTraders.com. 7 spots left in this Prism Hobby Break 891. You can use promo code 713PRISM, all in caps, for 30% off each spot. Every spot you get a chance at one of the big four, the Bengals, the Dolphins, the Eagles, and the Chargers. Then we have this Prism Hobby 3-team random already down to 170 with 30, and then you can get 30% off that. I believe it brings it down to close to 120. And then our other Prism breaks that this deal is working for, break 889, again 30% off, and you get a spot in one of the big four there. And then 30% off this Prism Draft Picks Hobby Team Random. In addition, always make sure you're checking out up here. We have our breaks listed, our promo codes listed. We're going to be on vacation from July 31st to August 9th. Here we have a BreakTraders calendar. BreakTraders calendar, which shows all of our scheduled shows, and most of our releases. That National Treasures actually got pushed. I got to update that. Select Baseball, I believe, got pushed, or Basketball got pushed, and I have to update that. This Donruss Elite Football still releasing on Friday. Great to see you, Haley. Unfortunately, because of some issue with Panini, we may not be getting it until Monday. If that's the case, we're going to have to push off some of our breaks, but we will let you know. Alrighty, but in the meantime here, drop paintball in the chat. All right, Johnny, can we get a countdown? Sorry about the Johnny. I don't think I've ever called you that or heard you called that before.
That's okay. Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Kevin Barnes.
And Kevin Barnes getting a Court Kings International right there. We have Gordon Hayward of the Hornets, RJ Barrett of the Knicks, DeAndre Ayton of the Suns, the Luka Doncic contemporaries of the Mavs, and Josh Green of the Mavs as well. There we go. Alrighty. We have some teams to auction off here in this upcoming Diamond Kings right here. The Diamond Kings baseball break. We are going to auction off. We have 3 teams that went unsold. And how this works is you will bid on it. Bid will start at $5. You bid in increments of $5. Or you know what? For this one, you can bid in increments of $1. Bid in increments of $1 for this one. And what will happen is the winning bid at the end, we'll start a countdown at one point, and then the winning bid at the end will be whatever is the high bid at the end of the countdown. And what you can do to get in there is and then you send us a payment via PayPal. So here it goes. The Reds, Royals, and Athletics. The starting bid's at $5, and it can go up in increments of $1. Do we have $5 looking for $5 to get this bidding started on the Reds, Royals, and Athletics? All right, we're going to start the countdown. If no one hits it, we'll take it as break traders because then we can use those as giveaways. Yeah. Huh? We're good. All right, Dave, you've got them all 3 for $5. The link is in the chat. $5 right there. And while we wait for that payment to come in, I'd love to show people some of the giveaways that we will be doing once we start break 1000. We're doing some customer appreciation giveaways tonight. We've got a $50 1998 Topps traded Barry Sanders PSA 9 right there. That will be potentially given away tonight. We are going to grab another box and put some of these graded cards in there and do random pulls of these for our giveaways. We have a Bo Bichette 2020 PSA 9. That just went for 20 bucks. That can most likely go up in value right there. We have a little DeAndre Hunter, PSA 9, Donruss Optic rated rookie, PSA 9 of the Atlanta Hawks that we are going to give away. And then we have a 1989 Ken Griffey Jr. PSA Nearman 8 that we'll be giving away as well. A Derek Jeter 1993 Classic Best PSA 9 right there that we are potentially going to be able to give away tonight. A 1983 Donruss Tony Gwynn Donruss of the Padres on a PSA 8. The 1987 Cecil Fielder PSA 8. And then a PSA 8 Michael Jordan Fleer 1990. So we plan on being able to give away some of those this evening. Dave, let us know once you have paid. I'll double check. We've loaded the teams as if you have paid. I'm going to check on that right now.
Oh, there it is.
Perfect, we've got it. Here we go. This is break 1007, the 2021 Diamond Kings 1 box. Pick your team. $12 packs per box, 8 cards per pack, 2 autos or 2 memorabilias. Looks like we're going to have one of the memorabilias right off the bat. We've got Letty Traveris of the Rangers going to Eric, followed by Harmon Killebrew of the Minnesota Twins, Alec Bregman of the Houston Astros, Garrett Crochet RC of the Chicago White Sox going to Henry. Then we have an Elegance Mookie Betts of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Henry as well, followed up by an Alex Baum of the Phillies going to Eric. And then Nate Pearson, Diamond Kings debut of the Toronto Blue Jays, and that is going to Dan. And then our memorabilia there is going to be a Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves, and that is going to Steven. Woo-wee! Nice hit right there. I know these Diamond King cards are pretty affordable and I don't think have massive resale value, but I really like them. I think they're slick looking, especially their inserts. Walker Buehler of the Dodgers, Ryan Jeffers RC of the Twins. It is Mr. Mickey Mantle of the New York Mets, followed by William Contreras of the Atlanta Braves. William Contreras of the Braves going to Steven. Christian Yelich of the Brewers. Then we have a Walter Johnson of the Washington Senators legacy lithograph. Now the Minnesota Twins. Followed by Eddie Collins of the Phillies and Roger Maris of the Yankees. Jesus Sanchez of the Miami Marlins, followed by Pete Rose of the Cincinnati Reds, Shane McCallahan of the Tampa Bay Rays, and that is going to be going to Jason. Followed by Ty Cobb of the Tigers, a Garrett Cole aficionado of the New York Yankees, and that is going to Henry. Followed up by a Ryan Castellini of the Colorado Rockies, going to Lucas, and Daz Cameron of the Detroit Tigers, going to Dan. Ooh, and we had an auto in here, or no, we just had, it is the Plum Diddly Dum Dum, the Plum of the Minnesota Twins. That's Harmon Killebrew, the Plum portrait, and that is going to T-Man. We'll have some unsolds for the next break, but we already auctioned off the unsolds right here. Miguel Cabrera of the Tigers, Braylon Marquez of the Chicago Cubs, going to Lucas. Kohai Aria of the Texas Rangers, going to Eric. Followed by Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins. And then we have Mr. Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees. We have a filler, and underneath that is a club, Sammy Sosa of the Chicago Cubs. Followed up by Dane Dunning RC of the Rangers, going to Eric, and a Christian Pache RC of the Atlanta Braves, headed to Steven. Charlie Keller of New York. We'll have to look that up. And we will before we get that sorted. Followed by Joey DiMaggio of the Yankees, Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays, and that is going to Dan. Lou Brock of the Cardinals, Mike Trout of the Angels. We have a filler in there. Followed by a Legacy Lithographs, Eddie Matthews of the Milwaukee Brewers, going to Lucas. Followed by Tris Speaker of Cleveland, and a Diamond Kings debut, Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins, headed to Steven as well. Jose Garcia RC of the Cincinnati Reds, going to Dave. Buster Posey of the Giants. Clark Schmidt of the Yankees, headed to Henry. Ted Williams of the Red Sox. DJ LeMahieu of New York. Freddie Freeman, aficionado of the Atlanta Braves, and that's going to Steven. Followed by Brent Rooker of the Minnesota Twins, going to T-Man. And Zach McKinstry of the Los Angeles Dodgers, headed to Henry. Ryan Sandberg of the Cubs, followed by Sixto Sanchez of the Marlins. Honus Wagner of the Pittsburgh Pirates, followed by Shirt and Apostle of the Rangers, and that is going to Eric. Joe Morgan of Cincinnati, Ronald Acuna Jr., Gallery of Stars of Atlanta, followed up by the Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants. Joey Bart of the Giants headed over to Eric, and then we have Ronald Acuna Jr. of Atlanta. And I have got confirmation Charlie Keller is a New York Yankee. We have Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves. Ian Anderson of the Braves going to Steven. Followed up by Joey Votto of the Cincinnati Reds. Braxton Garrett of the Miami Marlins. Then we have Babe Ruth of the Yankees going to Henry. Mel Ott of the New York Yankees as well. That is the Art of Hitting going to Henry. The Diamond Kings, Bobby Dalbec of the Boston Red Sox going to Jason. And then we have Sandy Koufax of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Henry. And then our auto right there, it's not an auto, but it is a gray portraits, Letty Traveras of the Rangers, and that is going to Eric. Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that is headed to Eric, followed by Rogers Hornsberry of the Cardinals, Jose Ramirez of Cleveland, Bobby Dalbec of the Boston Red Sox going to Jason, Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers, followed by a Mike Schmidt Legacy Lithographs of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Eric. And then we have Pee Wee Reese of the Brooklyn Dodgers, now the Los Angeles Dodgers, and Kyber Ruiz of the Los Angeles Dodgers, both of those going to Henry. And we've got 3 packs left. Jackie Robinson of the Dodgers, Brandon Lowe of Tampa Bay, the Pavin Smith RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Lucas, and Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Eric. Then we have a Carl Hubble aficionado of the New York Yankees going to Henry. The New York Giants going to Henry. Oh no, that's the Yankees, my mistake. And then it's Dalton Jeffries of the Oakland Athletics headed over to Dave, and Trevor Rogers of the Marlins going to Steven. And then our memorabilia, it's going to be an auto, and that is Mr. Joshua Fleming with the double patch auto of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Jason. And 2 packs left in this break. We have Vlad Guerrero of the Blue Jays, Luis Gonzalez of the White Sox, Fernando Tatis Jr. of the Padres, followed by Andres Jimenez of Cleveland. And then we have a Gray Portraits Lou Gehrig of the Yankees going to Henry. Followed up by an Artist Proofs, and that is not Justin, but it is Shane Bieber of Cleveland headed to Dan. The Jose Abreu of the White Sox and Alejandro Kirk of the Blue Jays. On to our last pack in this one. Satchel Paige of Cleveland, Will Crow of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Then we have Shane Bieber of Cleveland, followed up by Monte Harrison of Miami. Then we have Hank Greenberg of Detroit. We have a filler followed by The Club, and that is Mr. Babe Ruth of the Yankees going to Henry. Followed up by Devi Garcia of the Yankees and Ryan Weathers of the Padres. Alrighty. Ryan Weathers of the Padres, Devi Garcia of the Yankees, Monte Harrison of the Marlins, Will Crow of the Pirates, Alejandro Kirk of the Blue Jays, Luis Gonzalez of the White Sox, Trevor Rogers of the Marlins, Dalton Jeffries of the A's, Pavin Smith of Arizona, Kyber Ruiz, Diamond Kings debut of the Dodgers, Bobby Dalbec of the Red Sox, Dylan Carlson of the Cardinals, Bobby Dalbec again of the Red Sox, Braxton Garrett of Miami, Ian Anderson of Atlanta, Joey Bart of San Francisco, Sherton Apostle of Texas, Sixto Sanchez of Miami, Zach McKinstry of the Los Angeles Dodgers, Brent Rooker of Minnesota, Clark Schmidt of New York, followed by Jose Garcia of Cincinnati, Sixto Sanchez of the Marlins, Nate Pearson of Toronto, Christian Pache of Atlanta, Dane Dunning of Texas, Alex Kirilloff of Minnesota, Kohai Aria of Texas, Braylon Marquez of Chicago, Daz Cameron of Detroit, Ryan Castellani of Colorado, Shane McCallahan of Tampa Bay, Jesus Sanchez of Miami, William Contreras of Atlanta, Ryan Jeffers of Minnesota, the Nate Pearson of Diamond Kings debut of Toronto, Alex Baum of Philadelphia, Garrett Crochet of Chicago, and Letty Traveris of Texas. And now on to the featured cards. We've got some of our portraits. We have the Letty Traveris and the Lou Gehrig, and then we have the Harmon Killebrew. Harmon Killebrew of the Twins going to T-Man, Letty Traveris of the Rangers to Eric, and Lou Gehrig of the Yankees going to Henry. We have the Artist Proofs, Shane Bieber of Cleveland headed to Dan. And then we have our 2 memorabilia / autos. We have Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves going to Steven, and the Josh Fleming patch auto right there of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Dan. And there you have it, folks. That's the end of break 1007, and we'll be right back from the hardwood. We are back and ready to rock with some contenders, but first we have some opportunities for y'all to get in. And we're gonna do a two-pack to start. Both teams down in the south a little bit. It's gonna be the Hornets and the Hawks. The Hornets and the Hawks to get started, and we are gonna start the bidding for them at $10. $10 from T-Man. Do we have 15? $10 from T-Man. $15 from Lucas. Do we have 20? 20 from Brett Diddley, Brett. $30 from Brett. 30 from Brett Diddley, Brett. Do we have 35? The Hornets went for 51 on eBay. Y'all are getting a real discount right here. I'm going to start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Are we going to have a sniper? Sniper in the trees? 35 from Cynthia. Woo! Cynthia gets it. 35. Brett and Adam waiting too long, and I will prove that. Because I always think that is the right thing to do, because I know sometimes yours are on different wavelengths than ours. Y'all are trying to get too cute and get in there late. So Cynthia's got it for 35. Cynthia, you can either send that right now, or you can wait till after our next 3-pack here. This 3-pack, we're going to start the bidding at $10 as well. It's going to be the Timberwolves, the Pacers, and the Bucks. $10 to get started on the Timberwolves, the Pacers, and the Bucks. $10 from Mike. Do we have 15? $10 from Mike. Do we have 15? 15 for this Timberwolves, Bucks, Pacers. Anthony Edwards of the Timberwolves, the number 2 pick, and probably a better long-term value than Mr. Lonzo Ball of the Hornets. You can get that on-carder of them that'll really set you up for success in the future. $15 from Adam. Do we have 20? All right, we're going to start this countdown. 20 from Mike. It's the final countdown. $25 from T-Man. 35 from Adam. We will double check that.
Are we double checking?
Mel, I just typed it in the chat. Let me take a picture of this. It looks like Adam sniped it. And he did. Adam with 35 seconds. Then we went 2 seconds, 1 second, countdown complete, and then Mr. CEO. All right, folks, you know what to do. Drop the link to PayPal. Alrighty, we're on to a new giveaway keyword. Are you ready, John?
Just a moment.
Just a moment.
Okay.
We're ready. The keyword is bar. Bar, bar, bar. Bar, 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 ran. Bar, 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 ran. Cheers is incorrect. How I Met Your Mother is incorrect. Always Sunny incorrect. Mad Men incorrect. LA Law incorrect. Alrighty. I got it. Here we go. Break 1008, the 2020-21 Contenders one box. Pick your team. It was community, Brett. Community. That's why anus was a keyword, because their flag, their college flag looked like an anus. And then paintball was the last keyword that Adam got. Pascal Siakam of the Raptors, Kobe White of Chicago, Bojan Bogdanovic of Utah, Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, the Sweet Shots, Zion Williamson, and that is a sweet looking card right there for sure, of the New Orleans Pelicans, going to Jeremy. Followed by Jamal Murray of Denver, Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, RJ Barrett of the Knicks, Devin Booker of Phoenix, and James Harden of Brooklyn. We have Jaylen Brown of Boston, Draymond Green of Golden State, Jonas Valanciunas of Memphis, Ben Simmons of Philadelphia, Gordon Hayward of Charlotte, and a Jalen Smith lottery ticket of the Phoenix Suns going to Johnny. Followed up by Bam Adebayo of the Heat, Kemba Walker of the Celtics, Jarrett Culver of the Twins, and Fred VanVleet of Toronto. Steph Curry of Golden State, Drew Holiday of Milwaukee, Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, Zion Williamson of the Pelicans. We're going to have an out of 249. That is Mr. Jaylen Brown, the playoff ticket of the Boston Celtics, going to Miles. Followed up by Nikola Jokic of Denver, Miles Bridges of Charlotte, Eric Gordon of Houston, PJ Washington Jr. of Charlotte, and Carmelo Anthony of the Trailblazers. DeAndre Ayton of the Suns, Kyrie Irving of the Nets, Sekou Doumbouya of Detroit, Jason Tatum of the Celtics, Devontae Graham of Charlotte, followed by a season ticket, Jaylen Brown. This one a silver of the Boston Celtics, headed to Miles. Followed up by Paul George of the Clippers, Malcolm Brogdon of the Pacers, DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs, and DeAndre Hunter of Atlanta. We have Yusuf Nurkic of Portland, Rudy Gobert of Utah, Marvin Bagley of Sacramento, Kristaps Porzingis of Dallas, and then we're going to have a lottery ticket, Denny Avdija of the Wizards, going to Jaden. Followed up by LeBron James of the Lakers, D'Angelo Russell of the Minnesota Timberwolves, LaMarcus of the Spurs, John Wall of Houston, and Joel Embiid of Philadelphia. We have Giannis of the Bucks, followed by Miles Turner of the Pacers, Zach LaVine of Chicago, Klay Thompson of Golden State, Karis LeVert of the Pacers. Ooh, our auto is going to be Robert Horry out of 199. That is Big Shot Bob. Big Shot Bob of the Lakers going to Johnny. Goran Dragic of the Heat, Montrezl Harrell of the Lakers, Kevin Durant of Brooklyn, and Lauri Markkanen of Chicago. Nikola Vucevic of the Magic, De'Aaron Fox of Sacramento, Markelle Fultz of Orlando, Tyler Hero of Miami, a Sweet Shots, Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets going to T-Man. Followed up by Andrew Wiggins of Golden State, Karl Anthony Towns of Minnesota, Rui Hachimura of the Wizards, Victor Oladipo of Houston, and Al Horford of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Feel the thunder. Lightning in the thunder. We got a lot of that today. We've had a lot of that over the last few days. It has been wild here in Rochester. Davis Bertans of the Wizards, Steph Curry of Golden State, Drew Holiday of Milwaukee, Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, Zion of the Pelicans, a lottery ticket, Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons, headed to Brennan. Followed by Nikola Jokic of Denver, Miles Bridges of Charlotte, Eric Gordon of Houston, and PJ Washington of Charlotte as well. We have Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, Buddy Hield of the Spurs, Luka Doncic of Dallas, Patty Mills of the Spurs. We have a filler, and underneath that filler is going to be a plate, and that is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder. That's going to be a little bit of a 1 of 1 right there. The 1 of 1 plate. And that is going to be going to Johnny. Followed up by Christian Wood of Houston, Kelly Oubre of Golden State, Seth Curry of Philadelphia, Donovan Mitchell of Utah, and Andre Drummond of Cleveland. 3 packs left in this one. Kevin Love of Cleveland, Bradley Beal of Washington, John Morant of Memphis, Lonzo Ball of the Pelicans, Anthony Davis of the Lakers, a Rookie of the Year contenders, Tyrese Halliburton of the Sacramento Kings going to Johnny, Jimmy Butler of the Heat, Eric Bledsoe of the Pelicans, Colin Sexton of Cleveland, and Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers. Jaren Jackson of Memphis, Trae Young of Atlanta, John Collins of Atlanta, Brandon Ingram of the Pelicans, Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls going to Alex, Chris Paul of the Suns, Aaron Gordon of Orlando, Steven Adams of the Pelicans, Michael Porter Jr. of Denver, and Kyle Lowry of Toronto. Well, Johnny, if you're Universal Mind, you're not having a bad break. Granted, I mean, you have almost every team, or you have half the teams here. Blake Griffin of Detroit. Followed up by Terry Rozier of Charlotte, CJ McCollum of Portland, Damian Lillard of Portland, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of Oklahoma City Thunder, and then we're going to have an auto that we'll save to the end. Chris Middleton of Milwaukee, Tobias Harris of Philadelphia, Derrick Rose of the Knicks, and Julius Randle of the Knicks. And then our auto is going to be a Onyeka Okongwu RC. That's the on-card auto of the Atlanta Hawks, and that is going to Cynthia. Alrighty, let's run down these rooks. The lottery ticket, Patrick Williams of the Bulls, going to Alex. The Rookie of the Year contenders, Tyrese Halliburton of the Kings, to Johnny. The lottery ticket, Killian Hayes of the Pistons, going to Brennan. Lottery ticket, Denny Avdija of the Wizards, going to Jaden. And Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns, going to Johnny. Now on to our featured cards. We have out of 249, the silver playoff ticket, Jaylen Brown, followed by some nice sweet shots, the Zion Williamson sweet shots, and Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving of the Nets to T-Man, Zion Williamson of the Pelicans to Jeremy, and the playoff ticket, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, going to Miles. And then here we go. We have the plate, the one-of-one plate, the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Oklahoma City Thunder, going to Johnny. And then our two hits, our two autos. We have Big Shot Bob, Robert Horry out of 199 of the Lakers, going to Johnny. And the Onyeka Okongwu of the Atlanta Hawks on-card auto, going to Cynthia. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 1008. And you know what? We're going to do our next giveaway. We're going to start it small with a DeAndre Hunter PSA 9. And the keyword for that is going to be bar. Drop bar in the chat. Bar in the chat, and then we will randomize it right here shortly after the quick countdown, and whoever wins will get that DeAndre Hunter PSA 9. Baran. And folks, I'm happy to keep doing giveaways of these graded cards. However, we're going to need to fill more breaks. You can do so by using the promo code 713PRISM to take 30% off any of the 4 breaks right there. All right, John, can we get a countdown on bar?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is T-Man.
T-Man taking the DeAndre Hunter RC right there. Alrighty. Well, we are going to take a 5-minute break and then be back with break 1000. In the meantime, go to BreakTraders.com. New customers can take 20% off their first order with promo code NEWBT. While current customers will always get 10% off 3+ spots. We'll see you in 5. Alrighty. We are back and ready to rock. Here we have a break number 1000. Break number 1000. A division random. And I know we've broken some a little above that, but this is a real milestone here at BreakTraders. Alrighty. And folks, I've heard of one issue with payments, or with the payment process not working on our website. If anyone has another issue, let me know. It looks like we've had payments coming in up until about 7:30. We had orders being placed. Not sure. I know one person has been trying and it hasn't worked. I can do a test right here too. But not sure what that could be, unless it's maybe the express checkout portion isn't working. Sorry, folks. I just want to make sure to test this to see if it'll go through. So I'm going to try to buy into a break. Oopsie daisy. Sending me a code right now. That's a nice feature, though. Yeah, my payment went right through, I believe. Double checking here. Yeah, I paid via the Express PayPal and it went right through, and everything else appears to have been working this evening. So we'll keep trying, but let us know if there's any issues. In the meantime, let's do it. Break number 1000. The Division Random of Chronicles Draft Picks Division Random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize it. 4 times. 4 times right here. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Boom. And you see that right there. The divisions are listed. We will run through each of these one at a time before we put the teams up, because each of you is getting a pull from the Saute stock pot. We have Brett Diddley, Brett with the AFC East, and that's going to be a 2019 Panini Contenders. And we're actually not going to open the packs. We will make a note of it. Can you have me one of those? Right there. Perfect. So that you'll have a free pack to open when they arrive next week. Right there, we have an NBA Hoops, and that is going to Haley with the AFC North. The AFC South with Pity Guy is going to be a Topps Series 2 baseball. Then we have the AFC West with Day, and that's going to be a 2019-20 Chronicles. The NFC East with T-Man, going to be a Topps Series 2 baseball. Topps Series 2 baseball. Then we have double M with the NFC North, and that's going to be a Contenders football. Contenders football right there. We're going to have Lucas with the NFC South. And he's going to get a Contenders football.
Packs flying everywhere.
Packs flying everywhere is for sure. I want to run a snake tonight, Kenneth. And you can enter in that one. You can let us know what you would like to see, and we'll try to get that running. And then the NFC West, last but not least, Mr. CEO. And he's going to get a Prism Hobby. Done. Alrighty. Here we go. You can get those teams loaded, and we'll get this rocking and rolling. Those teams are loaded. Remember here with Chronicles, because they're all rookies, we're certainly not going to run all of them down, just the big ones. And folks, again, we're gonna do some more giveaways right after this. But please buy into more breaks so that we can keep running all night. I mean, I don't think any of us are gonna complain about going home to our families a tad early, but you may. Alrighty. So far in the snake draft, we have 5 responses. We have 3 is the highest for the 2020 Mosaic, 2021 Leaf Metal, and 2021 Luminance. We have Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens going to Haley, followed by Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Panthers going to Lucas. And then we have North Dakota State's Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Mr. CEO. And then we have our first memorabilia, and you're going to see that that is going into BreakTraders, the featured cards. Can you actually go grab me 4 Roxy cards? Thank you. We have the Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to double M, followed by a Zach Wilson of the New York Jets heading to Brett Diddley, Brett. Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills heading to Brett, and then a Trey Lance of the select version of the 49ers to Mr. CEO. Thanks. Another one of our featured, or our memorabilia / autos is in the featured cards section. We have Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants going to T-Man, followed by Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles to T-Man as well. Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to be heading today. Then we have Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills going to Brett Diddley, Brett, followed by Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Lucas. Then we have Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Brett, followed by Mac Diddley Jones of the New England Patriots heading to Brett as well. And here we go, folks. On to our third pack in this break 1000. All right, we have Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Doug, followed by Trey Lance again of the 49ers going to Mr. CEO. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Double M, followed by another Trey Lance. And it is Trey Lance's day of the 49ers to Mr. CEO. Then we have Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams going to Mr. CEO, followed by Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Lions headed to Double M. Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills going to Brett. And Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Brett as well. There we go, the fourth memorabilia card, third memorabilia going over to our featured section to be opened at the end. Javonte Williams of the Broncos heading to Day, followed by Rashad Bateman of the Ravens going to Haley. Then we have Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Doug. We have Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers, and that is going to Lucas. Followed by Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Haley. We have Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers to Mr. CEO. And then we have Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Haley as well. Two packs left in this break 1000. Looks like the fourth and final one right there. We have Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens to Haley. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Double M. Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens, and that is going to be going to Haley. Tamaron Terry of the Seattle Seahawks heading to Mr. CEO. Patrick Surtain of the Denver Broncos going to Day. I'm gonna need sleeves ASAP. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets heading to Brett Diddley. Brett. And then Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Lucas. Got it. So we've double checked our payment processing here and it seems to be functioning. Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Day, followed by Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears headed to Double M. Then we have Najee Harris of the Steelers going to be going to Haley, followed up by another Justin Fields of the Bears going to Double M. We have the filler right there. We have the Najee Harris Recon edition of the Steelers going to Haley. Jamar Chase of the Bengals going to Haley. Mac Diddley Jones going to Brett Diddley, Brett with the Patriots. And then Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals to round out that going to Mr. CEO. Alrighty. Let's see what we've got in our featured cards. The first one is going to be a full coverage Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams, and that is going to Mr. CEO. The second is going to be, we have a filler. It is going to be Mr. Darren Hall of the Atlanta Falcons, and that is going to Lucas. Then we have, left a filler behind there. It's going to be another auto, and that is going to be Whop Filer. And that is a Minnesota Viking, and that is going to double M. And then our last and final featured card of this break, it looks like it's going to be a redemption. And it is going to be Rashad Bateman, the Origins Rookie Autographs redemption. And that is of the Baltimore Ravens going to Haley. All right, let's run down these rookies. Mac Jones of the Patriots going to Brett. Justin Fields of the Ohio State Buckeye of the Chicago Bears going to Matt, double M. Justin Fields to double N. Zach Wilson to Brett. Zach to Brett. Trey Lance to Mr. CEO. Justin Fields of the Bears going to double M. Trey Lance to Mr. CEO. Mac Jones to Brett. Zach Wilson to Brett. Trey Lance to Mr. CEO. Zach Wilson to Brett. Justin Fields to double M. And Trey Lance to Mr. CEO. And now these features. The Redemptions, Origins Rookie Autographs, Whop Filer, and Darren Hall. Darren Hall of the Atlanta Falcons going to Lucas. Rashad Bateman of the Ravens to Haley. And Whop Filer of the Vikings heading to double M. And then the last card in this break was the full coverage plates and platches Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Rams, and that is going to Mr. CEO. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 1000. The end of break 1000. And folks, I would just like to take a second here after we finish up the break 1000 to thank you, our Break Traders community. You have been with us since November. I joined the Break Traders squad in March. We had a very sudden leadership change in the face of Break Traders, shifted to Saute, and y'all have stood by me and stood by us. And I just thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to John and Dan, who have been hanging out here with Break Traders, have not left the ship, and keep it running and keep it afloat. We could not do it without them. We could not produce the high quality breaks we do without John and Dan here. But most importantly, folks, is you. Thank you so much for helping us get to this break 1000 goal, and it's just truly amazing. I don't know if I necessarily have the words to what it means to be with you Tuesdays and Thursdays during the day, Wednesday and Friday nights. Sometimes it feels like I spend more time with you than I do my fiance, but at the end of the day, we really love it. We love breaking. Thank you so much. Truly from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much. We have now hit break 1000. Alrighty, folks. There we have it. That's break 1000 down. We have some votes for the snake. We only have 4 votes max for any one snake, which makes it a little difficult. Makes it a little difficult here, T-Man. So that being said, perfect. Mr. CEO said he'll take a spot. We have a 2021 Leaf Metal Draft and 2021 Luminance right now listed. Those are the ones with 4. So what would you think if I did, right now, those combined would be $75. I'm willing to do those together for $65. So drop a snake in the chat. Want to do 2021 Leaf Metal and Luminance mixer for $65 a spot. drop a snake in the chat if you want to do a luminance mixer and leaf metal mixer. That's 3. Let's get it to 4 or 5 or 6. We have 3. We had 4 people interested, so we should be at 5. Should be at 5 for that leaf metal draft and luminance snakes. I'm gonna go try to see if I can find the individual results to see who we're missing. Yep. So we're at 4 people for that snake. 4 people for that snake. 5 people for the snake. 5 people for the snake. We'll be back in 3 minutes, and we'll have that posted, and we're gonna fill it one way or the other. Alrighty, we are back. We are back. We will have this snake posted in the chat pretty shortly here. Hopefully we can get enough people in. If not, maybe we'll take some spots in the office here, which would be a BreakTraders first as well. I don't know if John and Dan know football enough to have a successful snake draft, but they will give it their best shot if we have to do it, if we only run with the 5. But we'll be doing $65 for that. It'll be a combo Luminance and 2021 Leaf Metal draft. But first, we are going to do our next keyword giveaway for our next show keyword. And John, when you are ready, I am ready. John is ready. The keyword is girl. Punisher, no. Mixology, no. All right, the snake is in there. The snake is in. Would love to fill those as well, and you can take 30% off of those. I will let you know as soon as we receive that, T-Man. But your spot is accounted for. Perfect. Yes, T-Man's spot is accounted for. That means the snake is down to 7 spots left for $65. $65. And while we wait for that, let's check out some of these other deals at BreakTraders.com. We've got 4 spots left in break 891. 4 spots left in break 891. 3 spots left in 559. Both of those are eligible for our Prism discount, the 713 Prism right there. We've got 15 spots left in the Score Hobby 1 Box Team Random, though I'd prefer that we don't fill that because that's a long night. 3 spots left in the Crown Royal Basketball, and I believe that $45 there is a great deal. Those boxes are going up. We got Adam in the snake now. And I'm trying to find that snake, of course. So that's another thing, you can search by spot. We have 4 spots left in this snake. 4 spots left in the snake. $65 a piece on that snake. Three spots left in the snake. 3 spots left in the snake. Looks like we're still waiting for one more person that committed to make that payment, and then we'd be down to 2 spots in the snake. 2 spots in that snake. And while we wait for that, let's randomize girl. This one's going to be a pull from the stock pot. We'll be doing another graded card once we fill another break. Give us a countdown. Well, first type girl in the chat, folks. Girl in the chat. Girl, 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 girl. Where are we at with the snake? 3 spots left. 3 spots left. 1 spot left. We're down to 1 spot in the snake. Does anyone want that spot in a snake? If not, I'm going to buy it right now. John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Mike A.
Mike A. And he's going to get a Top Series 2 baseball. And I am in the process right now of purchasing this snake. 1 second. There we go. The snake is filled. And in here we have Fermil Reyes of Cleveland, Izan Diaz of the Marlins, the Cubs, Adbert Alzolay, Luis Severino. There's only 8 that he only posted 8 people, or 7 people. Luis Severino of the Yankees, followed by Jonathan Villar of the Mets, Adam Wainwright of the Cardinals, Yu Darvish of the Padres, Donovan Solano, Cole Hamels, the Bo Bichette 70th Anniversary Edition. Then we have Carson Kelly of the Diamondbacks, followed up by JT Realmuto of the Phillies, Chris Bryant of the Cubs, and Clint Frazier of the Yankees. Alrighty. John, would you mind grabbing those boxes, or the boxes, and I'll take care of this?
Sure.
Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is going to be break 1062. 1062, the Snake Draft 2021 Luminance and 2021 Leaf Metal Draft Snake right there. Grabbing the picks. We've got 8 picks. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize it. 3 times. Begin the giveaway. There we go, 3 times. And it is done. Wow. Joey Saute really got stuck there. T-Man with the first pick in this snake. T-Man up first in this snake draft. Huh? And I'm gonna have John. John's gonna manage this one since I am obviously invested in the team picking. T-Man, what are we thinking here with this snake? T-Man going with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Followed by Lucas with the Niners. Lucas with the Niners, and then Adam. Adam with the Patriots and Kenneth with the Bears, and then it's Mr. CEO. Mr. CEO with Cincinnati. Mark with the Jets. And now back to Lucas. Lucas with Pittsburgh. I'm going to dive right off the bat with the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills and then the Atlanta Falcons. My favorite team and my little brother's favorite team. And now on to Lucas. Lucas with Tampa. And now Mark. Haha, T-Man. Mark with the Eagles and now on to Mr. CEO. Carolina from Mr. CEO and now on to Kenneth. Kenneth with the Finns, Adam with the Texans, now on to Lucas. Oh yeah, Adam's the Texans, and now on to Lucas, the Houston Texans for Adam. Lucas with the Chiefs, and now on to T-Man for back-to-backs. Chargers and Colts. And now it's on to Lucas. Lucas with Denver, and now on to Adam. Adam with the Vikings, and now on to Kenneth. Kenneth with the Cowboys. Now on to Mr. CEO. Mr. CEO with the Detroit Lions, and now on to Mark. Mark with the Cardinals, and then Lucas. Lucas with the Ravens. And now it is me. I'm going to take the Green Bay Packers because they're my father's favorite team. And the New York Giants because I like Kadarius Toney. That's me, Harry. Lucas is up next. Lucas with the Rams. Mark with the Washington football team. Mr. CEO with the Tennessee Titans and Kenneth Smith with the Seattle Seahawks.
Lucas for the last one.
Yes, Lucas getting to choose between the Raiders and the Browns. Oh man, I should have taken the Vikings. I forgot I like Kellen Mond. Hey, it's all good. Lucas with the last pick that matters. Who's he gonna take? Who's he gonna take? Who's he gonna take? Yes, sir. We might get to another 1,000 before Lucas makes his next pick. Just messing around, Lucas. Lucas, are you there? Raiders. Alrighty, there we go. I'll take care of the slots. Here we go. No worries, Lucas. None at all. The Luminance and the Leaf Metal Draft Snake.
You shifted one.
What? Oh.
You missed the mark.
Oops. Thanks. Thank you. Alrighty, here we go. The Luminance and the Leaf Metal Fast Draft Snake. Adam's calling the Leaf first, so let's do it. All right, that should be all of it. Alrighty, first up, we have Mr. Rondale Moore. Rondale Moore of the Baltimore Ravens going to Rondale is not a Raven. Rondale Moore is an Arizona Cardinal. That's 5 out of 25. And that is going to be going to Mr. CEO. Next up, we have Kylan Hill. Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers. Right there, that is going to be 2 out of 7. And that is going to Joey Saute. Actually, it's going to my fiance since that is the account that I placed the order under. Then we have, I'm guessing that's TJ Vasher. Let's check the back. It is a TJ Vasher authentic print used plate. And that is going to be going to the Dallas Cowboys, which are Kenneth. Next up, we have Tariq Black. Tariq Black of the Indianapolis Colts. And that is going to T-Man. That is a touchdown Kings. And that is 2 out of 15. And then the last one here. Holy smokes. It is Mr. Trey Lance. Trey Lance, and that is going to Lucas. That is 21 of 40. Actually, we're not going to mag that with the 21 of 40. But that is going to Lucas right there. A nice hit for the 49ers. Alrighty, on to this Luminance box. Four packs in this one. We have Josh Jacobs of the Raiders going to Lucas. Russell Wilson of the Seahawks to Kenneth. David Johnson of the Texans going to Adam. Matty Ryan, 33 out of 50. 33 out of 50, and that is of the Atlanta Falcons going to Saute. Ooh, I need to change. Then we have Elijah Mitchell. Elijah Mitchell, 22 out of 75 of the San Francisco 49ers RC right there. And that is going to Lucas as well. Followed by a lights out TJ Watt of the Steelers going to Lucas. Then we have a Marquez Stevenson RC of the Buffalo Bills going to Saute. TJ Vasher of the Cowboys going to Kenneth. And Nico Collins of the Houston Texans going to Adam. And then our auto memorabilia, it's going to be out of 100. The Washington football team, that's going to Mark Davis with the bright patch. We have Chase Young of the Washington football team going to Mark. Matt Stafford of the Rams to Lucas. Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers to Mr. CEO. Alvin Kamara of the Saints to Adam. The Baker Mayfield out of 299 going to the Cleveland Browns with T-Man. Followed up, we have Rashad Bateman, the dynamic rookie, out of going to Lucas with the Ravens. Devonta Smith of the Eagles going to Mark. Larry Roundtree of the Chargers going to T-Man. And Jamar Chase of the Bengals going to Mr. CEO. And don't fret, we have an auto. And it is going to be, holy smokes, a Kylan Hill on card. Kylan Hill on card auto right there of the Green Bay Packers. Flash Tyler Lockett of the Seattle Seahawks right there. Followed by CeeDee Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys going to Kenneth. DK Metcalf of the Seahawks going to Kenneth. Darius Leonard of the Colts. Going to T-Man. Followed by Kyler Murray of the Cardinals going to Mark. Then we have a Justin Herbert out of 99 of the Chargers going to T-Man. Out of 99 of the Chargers going to T-Man. Followed by Najee Harris of the Steelers. Going to Lucas. Dwame Brown of the Washington football team going to Mark. And Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Lions. Going to Mr. CEO. And then we have an auto, and it is going to be Felipe Franks. Felipe Franks of the Atlanta Falcons out of 100, and that is going to Saute. But don't worry, folks, because I don't really feel right about now the fact that 3 autos are going to me. I'm going to be randomizing the on-card Kylan Hill, especially if that is a case hit, through the rest of the members of the Snake. And the Felipe Franks I'll be randomizing as well. The only cards I'll keep is the Matt Ryan numbered because he's my little brother's favorite player, and I'd like to give him that card. And then the Kylan Hill from the Leaf Metal Draft because my dad's a Packers fan, and I would like to give him that card as well. Josh Allen of the Bills, Cam Newton of the Patriots, Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, Minkah Fitzpatrick of the Steelers. We have Jabril Cox of the Dallas Cowboys, and that is going to be going to Kenneth, followed by a dynamic Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Chiefs, and that is going to Lucas, followed by Rashad Bateman of the Ravens going to Lucas, Kellen Mond of the Vikings going to Adam, and then it's Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers to Mr. CEO in the last auto. is going to be a Javonte Williams on card of the Denver Broncos, and that is going to Lucas. Alrighty. Well, we've got 2 randomizations to do. First, this Kylan Hill. We are going to randomize it among y'all that aren't me. Haha. So that means it's going to be Mark 021784, Hub Tower, Mr. CEO, T-Man, Adam Videbeck, Hub Tower, and then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Huh?
You moved it right.
Oh.
They listed 3.
And K. Scotty. Alrighty. We are randomizing this blue. Oh, that's not a case hit. That's just the blue. The blue one. But all good. Let's randomize it. 8 times. Wait, I want to copy these people because we're going to do them again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. That is going to Kenneth. And then we'll randomize this Felipe Franks right here. Let's see who's going to get that one. That's 5 times. Boom. There we go. That one's going to Lucas. Alrighty. So we did those randomizations. We've got Chuba Hubbard from the Panthers in the rookie rundown. Kellen Mond of the Vikings. Rashad Bateman of the Ravens. Jabril Cox out of 299 of the Cowboys. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Lions. Duame Brown of the Washington football team. And that is Washington football team. Najee Harris of the Steelers. Jamar Chase of the Bengals. Larry Roundtree of the Chargers. Devonta Smith of the Eagles. Rashad Bateman, the Dynamic of the Ravens. Nico Collins of the Houstons. TJ Vasher of Dallas. Marquez Stevenson of the Bills. And Elijah Mitchell of the 49ers. That's out of 2075. No worries. He's not even, he's not a card person at all. I'm talking to Kenneth. He's not really like a card guy by any means. So it's not like he would even really appreciate it that much. And who knows? I have no idea if Kylan Hill, I don't even really know who he is, but who knows? If he could be good, that could be worth something. He's a running back from the 7th round. I don't think it's a big deal. We have Antonio Gibson with the out of 100 bright patch of the Washington football team going to Mark. Followed up by some autos. We have of the Leaf Metal Draft and Not. We have Javonte Williams of Denver. Tariq Black of the Indianapolis Colts. Rondale Moore of Arizona. And then Kylan Hill of Green Bay. And then we have the TJ Vasher printing press, the press plate. TJ Vasher of the Dallas Cowboys right there. That's going to be going to Kenneth. And then the big hitter here is Mr. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Lucas. Going to Lucas. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 1062. Alrighty, folks. I see we have potentially filling that Prism 891. We have the Jaguars, Raiders, Steelers, and Washington football team left. The promo code is 713 Prism for 30% off. We'll give it a 3-minute break to fill. If it fills, we will run. If it doesn't fill, we will call it a night. Alrighty, there's only one spot left, so we know that's going to close, so we're not going anywhere. It's the Jaguars, $69, but with 30% off, that's roughly 20 bucks off. Sorry, $35 would be 30%, or 50%. So that means $7 each. Yeah, roughly $21 off of this one. All right, we are going to do another giveaway, and because we're doing some football, it's closed. Now, we are going to throw it back since the MLB All-Star Game was yesterday. We're going to be giving away this Ken Griffey Jr. PSA 8. PSA 8 worth about $20. Worth around $20 for this BreakTraders show right here. Type girl in the chat.
No, we did draw.
We like randomized it? Well, it's going to be a second one.
Okay.
Alrighty. Count it down from 5.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is AJ Spangler.
AJ Spangler getting the Ken Griffey Jr. right there. Ken Griffey Jr. going to Spangs. And John, if you just pop up and hand me that prism, we'll get rocking and rolling. It's the only one right there. Okay. So here's how we do it. First, we're going to randomize the 4 teams in this one. So I'm just dropping those in. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 891. The Prism, I can't do that. 891, the Prism Hobby, pick your team and random right here. We're going to see how many times we're going to randomize the 4 teams, which are the Bengals, Chargers, Dolphins, and Eagles. That's 7 times. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alrighty. Now we have to randomize the players or the users. So how does that work, you may ask? We're going to do one randomization. One randomization of this one. And then the top 4 will be matched up with the top 4 of, or the 4 teams. So, for example, if Joey Sauté was first, he would get the Bengals, and so on and so forth. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this. 12 times. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alrighty. The Bengals going to K. Scotty. The Dolphins going to Todd. The Philadelphia Eagles headed to K. Scotty. And the Chargers going to Jordan. Alrighty. Let's rock and roll on this one. $12 cards per pack, 12 packs per box. If it fills, I'm happy to, but I can't do the more than 30% that I'm doing on that one. As much as I would love to. We're looking for 2 autos right here, 9 numbered prisms, 2 silver prisms, 4 inserts, and 24 rookies. Let's rip it. We have Sam Hubbard of the Bengals, Brandon Cooks of the Texans. Oop, that had a second one on it. Brandon Cooks of the Texans, Champ Bailey of the Broncos, Austin Eckler of the Chargers, Matt Stafford of the Lions, followed by Emmitt Smith of the Cowboys, Anthony Harris of the Vikings, Shaq Thompson of the Panthers, Brian Bosworth of the Seahawks, the Lockdown Stephon Gilmore, followed by an AJ Terrell RC and a Jawan Jennings RC. AJ Terrell of the Falcons going to Kevin, and Jawan Jennings of the 49ers going to Kenneth. Jordan Jenkins of the Jets, followed by Kenny Moore of the Colts, Melvin Gordon III of the Broncos, Miles Sanders of the Eagles, Ronald Jones II of Tampa Bay, followed by Kirk Cousins of the Vikings, Cooper Kupp of the Rams, followed up by Dante Fowler Jr. of the Falcons. And then we have a Disco Emergent T. Higgins. Disco Emergent T. Higgins of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Kenneth. And then we have, it looks like a green scope out of 75, and that's going to be, never mind, it's going to be a green hyper N'Keal Harry out of 175. Followed by Josiah DeGuara of the Packers and Keyshawn Vaughn of the Buccaneers. This is Prism Hobby. Tyler Boyd of the Bengals, Laurent Duvernay-Tardif of the Chiefs, Allen Robinson of the Bears, Derwin James of the Chargers, Ryan Tannehill of the Titans, Fred Warner of the 49ers, Michael Thomas of the Saints, Trey Flowers of the Lions, the silver Roquan Smith of the Chicago Bears, followed by the blue wave out of 199, and that's going to be Mr. Brian Burns of the Carolina Panthers, followed up by Van Jefferson of the Rams and Nate Stanley of the Vikings. We've got Tremaine Edmonds of the Bills, Saquon Barkley of the Giants, Landon Collins of the Washington Football Team, Hunter Henry of the Chargers, Shaquille Barrett of the Bucks, Raheem Mostert of the 49ers, Trey Boston of the Panthers, Shaquille Griffin of the Seahawks, the Fireworks, Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills right there, followed up by a Mitch Trubisky out of 249, the Mitch Trubisky out of 249 of the Chicago Bears, and now the second best quarterback in the AFC East, followed up by DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions going to Jordan, and Albert Okwebana of the Broncos going to Spangs. We have Joe Thomas of the Browns, Julian Edelman of the Patriots, Danny Amendola of the Lions, Sean Lee of the Cowboys, Philip Lindsay of the Broncos, Dallas Goedert of the Eagles, Rob Gronkowski of the Bucks, followed up by Donald Driver of the Packers, Aeneas Williams of the Colts. Fuck, I hate how they do their points. Followed up by points. The Panini rewards 600 points, so we will be randomizing that right here at the end. Oh, I hate that. That means we're giving up an auto. And then Brian Edwards, RC of the Raiders, going to Spangs. And Julian Blackman of the Colts going to T-Man. Kenny Stills of the Texans, Joe Namath of the Jets, Damian Williams of the Chiefs, Joe Theismann of the Washington football team, Joey Bosa of the Chargers, Todd Gurley of the Falcons, followed by Nick Bosa of the 49ers, Drew Brees of the Saints. Then we have TJ Hawkinson of the Detroit Lions, and it looks like a camo out of 25, and it is Earl Thomas III of the Baltimore Ravens going to T-Man. 22 out of 25. Followed by Zach Bond of the Saints. Zach Bond of the Saints and Michael Warren II of the Eagles. It is a waste of a camo. You ain't wrong there. Leonard Fournette of the Jags. Dan Marino of the Dolphins. Followed by A.J. Brown of the Titans. Warren Moon of the Oilers, Deshaun Jackson of the Eagles, followed up by Frank Clark of the Chiefs, Zadarius Smith of the Packers, Brian Murphy of the Cardinals, Calvin Ridley of the Falcons. We're going to have a purple power, and oh, wow. What a disappointing auto right there. Lynn Bowden Jr. of the Raiders. Out of 49. Followed by Jermichael Hasty of the 49ers and Julian Okwara of the Lions. 5 packs left. David Johnson of the Texans, Quinnen Williams of the Jets, Jonathan Allen of the Washington football team, followed by Mike Williams of the Chargers, Marvin Jones Jr. of the Lions, Deebo Samuel of the 49ers, Brian Burns of the Panthers, KJ Wright of the Seahawks, the Go Hard or Go Home, Delvin Cook, a red Khalil Mack, and that is going to be out of 149, that red wave right there, followed by Donovan Peoples-Jones of the Cleveland Browns and a Jalen Reagor of the Philadelphia Eagles. Darius Leonard of the Colts, A.J. Green of the Bengals, Jalen Smith of the Cowboys, followed by Drew Lock of the Broncos, Zach Ertz of the Eagles, Tyrann Mathieu of the Chiefs, Tom Brady of the Bucks, Kenny Clark of the Packers, a silver Gregory Zerline. Then we have the green scope right there. I believe that's one's the green scope. Nope, still the green hyper out of 175. That's Harold Landry of the Seahawks, followed by Jeff Gladney of the Vikings and LaMichael Perrine of the Jets. Cole Beasley of the Bills, followed by Denzel Ward of the Browns, Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys, Javon Curse of the Titans, Patrick Peterson of the Cardinals, Matt Ryan of the Falcons, Marshawn Lattimore of the Saints, Zadarius Smith of the Packers, the hype Deebo Samuel. We're going to have a blue wave out of 199. It's Trevon Diggs of the Dallas Cowboys, followed by KJ Hamler of the Denver Broncos, and Henry Ruggs III of the Raiders. Two packs left. James White of the Patriots, Darren Fells of the Texans, Alshon Jeffrey of the Eagles, Chris Jones of the Chiefs, Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington football team, Keenan Allen of the Chargers, Byron Murphy of the Cardinals, Calvin Ridley of the Falcons, Deebo Samuel of the 49ers, the orange Sean Alexander. That's going to be out of 249, for the Seahawks, going to Melissa. Then we got Willie Gay Jr. of the Chiefs, headed to Spangs, and Thaddeus Moss of the Washington football team to Mr. CEO. And we've got one pack left. Curtis Martin of the Jets, Kenny Galladay of the Lions, followed by Leighton Vander Esch of the Cowboys, Noah Fant of the Broncos, Brian Burns of the Carolina Panthers, KJ Wright of the Seahawks, Tom Brady of the Buccaneers, Kenny Clark of the Packers, an unstoppable Tremaine Edmonds of the Bills. We have here we go, the green scope Christian Fulton RC of the Tennessee Titans. There's the big circles going to Kevin. Quez Watkins of the Eagles going to Kenneth. And Javon Kinlaw of the 49ers going to Kenneth as well. Alrighty. Let's hit this randomization. Alrighty, we got 600 points to randomize. Let's see how many times we're going to do that. That's 9 times. 9 times on that randomization. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And it's going to T-Man. 600 points to T-Man. And now let's run these rookies down. Javon Kinlaw of the 49ers to Kenneth. Quez Watkins of the Eagles to Kenneth. Christian Fulton of the Titans out of 75 going to Kevin. Thaddeus Moss of the Washington football team to Mr. CEO. Willie Gay Jr. of the Chiefs to Spangler. Henry Ruggs III of the Raiders going to Spangs. KJ Hamler of the Broncos going to Spangs as well. Trevon Diggs out of 199 of the Cowboys headed to Ben. LaMichael Perine of the Jets going to T-Man. Jeff Gladney of the Vikings going to Jordan. Jalen Rager of the Eagles going to Kenneth. Donovan Peoples-Jones of the Browns going to Kevin. Julian Okora of the Lions going to Jordan. JaMychal Hasty of the 49ers going to Kenneth. Michael Warren of the Eagles going to Kenneth. Zach Bond of the Saints going to T-Man. Julian Blackman of the Colts going to T-Man. Brian Edwards of the Raiders going to Spangs. Albert Aquabana of the Broncos headed to Spangs. DeAndre Swift of the Lions going to Jordan. Nate Stanley of the Vikings going to Jordan. Van Jefferson of the Rams to Jordan. Keyshawn Vaughn of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Kevin. Josiah DeGuerra of the Packers going to Cynthia. The emergent T. Higgins of the Bengals to Kenneth. Jawan Jennings of the 49ers going to Kenneth. And AJ Terrell of the Falcons headed to Kevin. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Camo Earl Thomas out of 25. And then out of 49, it is the Purple Power Lynn Bowden Jr. auto. Earl Thomas of the Ravens to T-Man. Lynn Bowden Jr. of the Raiders to AJ. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 891. Not a great box. Looks like there's still 3 spots left in break 559. Doesn't look like there's been much movement on that. But that's all right, folks. We're gonna have to fill some time on Friday in between the East and West Coast breaks because it appears that the Donruss Elite may be backed up and may not get here till Monday, which means we'll have some breaks we need to fill for sure. That being said, thank you for a great night. We hit break number 1,000 tonight. That was incredibly exciting. So thrilled to be a part of that with you, the members of the Break Traders community. Thank you to John and Dan here. Thank you very much to all of you at home. We'll see you tomorrow at noon and then again on Friday at 7:30. Looking forward to it. Hope y'all have a great evening.